Hello and welcome back to Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. We are playing the Tyrannid campaign. It's a double creature feature today. This would be the second stream of the day. In the first stream, we made a good start on our creation of a international galaxy-wide buffet. No one will be excluded from the buffet, all will be a part. But they will not be attending the buffet. They will be apart. They will be just one course. We consumed the Bellis Corona sector, set up some nests. We protected the Ancient One from annihilation. And we made a good start on consuming the Nemesis Tessero sector. Very good. Off screen, we spent a few turns just building up our fleets as we get ready to move into both the Medusa sector and the Belial 4 sector. We have 3 Hivefleets ready for attack. And we showed off our new doctrine, which is just to swarm the enemy with lots of flies and let the flies do the talking. Very effective at this stage of the campaign. Our fleets will comprise of 2 types of fleets. There will be our war fleets that are looking to scout out new delicious locations. And then there will be the fishing fleets, which will consist of the smallest possible ship, just here feeding on space titans and plasmic krill. We need to really prop up our income because we are mostly going to run at a deficit. And to overcome that, you need to find these high value systems and protect them. The plan is that if there are any invasions into a fishing sector, we quickly recruit up a fleet to defend. The downside to the Tyranids is they cannot build defense stations, so you need fleets to do your defending. Welcome to everyone that's joined us so far. We are about to head into the Medusa sector as our first contact with the enemy. We'll be fighting the Tau, the Eldari, the Space Marines. I believe this is the Iron Hands homeworld, yes it is, and the Orcs. So a nice collection of different tastes tonight. And when we head north into Belial 4, we are fighting the Tau and the Eldari, with some Imperials and some crispy humans. We're ready to go. Let's go.
A harsh realm of perpetual gloom that breeds a harsh people. With a dark and polluted sky, Medusa's sun rarely reaches the planet's surface. It is a world of highly unstable geology, with earthquakes and volcanic eruptions constantly reshaping the mountains and seas. The world's resources have long been mined to exhaustion, plundered by the Telstarax, an ancient space station that hangs in orbit to this day. Medusa, then, is a world trapped in the past, marred by old wounds and burdened with pride and fading glory. Yet it remains a powerful symbol, and a weighty prize to he who would claim it.
Spoiler alert, it won't be chaos that claims it. We're moving in the fleets. Hello Thomas, welcome to the stream. Hello Ninavasi, welcome. You missed us protect the Ancient One, and you missed us develop a new doctrine that annihilates fleets in a matter of moments using the swarm ship. But we are going to illustrate that today. And we have enough movement points here. This would be overkill against the Tau. So what we're going to do is split up. I think that this fleet can take the Tau by themselves. So they will. We'll fight the Space Marines here at Medusa. And once those fights are complete, we'll move into the next sector. So let's fight the Tau first. We've got to bring everything. We're bringing swarm ships and our little nom-nom fishies. Swarm ships, if used correctly, are brutally effective. Brutally effective. Like, it bordering on war crime levels of effectiveness. Lucky we don't have any such issues with morality or ethics. Just whatever tastes good. Alright, so we line up our escorts here. These are always expendable with the Tyranid campaign. We had someone saying that the best Tyranid skill is the Spore Cloud that is launched by the Admiral. And I would agree that it is a great skill. But rather than giving it to your Admiral, you're much better off always bringing a competent amount of these little buggers. Welcome, hey guys, thanks for joining me. I'm glad that you really enjoyed the first episode, and we have the time today to spam it out. And the Tyranid campaign, if you get on a roll, can be done and dusted rather quick. And so we can just enjoy all of the races being absolutely flabbergasted that the Tyranids are about to consume the galaxy. No, we finished the Imperium campaign. We spammed Imperial fleets until we were able to raid the Eye of Terror and kick Abaddon in the teeth. That was an absolutely fantastic campaign. I had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, we spammed the episodes. There was so much interest in the series that, well, by my metrics anyway, that I was crazy not to. And it was a lot of fun. So the Imperials won in one timeline, but unfortunately in this timeline that will not be the case. We're about to come into contact with the tower. What I'm trying to do here is corral them all together. They shouldn't be able to see us, but they know where we are. They just can't act while we're in stealth mode. So the swarm ships are almost in position. We want to come from a different angle. But we have spotted them. What you are able to do as the Tyranids is trick them. So they've used their pulse field, but they still haven't found us. So feed your escorts in one at a time. They'll see this guy and they'll kill him. But they still haven't seen the rest. And you can see now that they've run out of their sonar pulse. They haven't done it again. Which means that our ships are safe from detection. Personally, in the Gothic rule set, I really like the Chaos ships. But I'm actually one of those rare people that enjoys all of the factions for their uniqueness. I love asymmetric warfare. So, I would say that the Imperium were my least favorite faction until I actually played them, and they were a lot of fun to play. But I do really love the Chaos marked fleets and what you can do with them in this game. Chaos is a really fun faction to play as well. Alright, so we've locked them all down. They still don't know where we are. Don't eat the green chaos ships. We're eating everything today. Everything shall be consumed. That swarm ship fighting. We win. Easy win. For the tabletop, I would say the Necrons and then Chaos are my favorite tabletop factions. But with Tyranids close up there. But I do love the Adeptus Mechanicus. Like, I really can't choose, hey. I love them all. I have affinities with all the factions. I love the Dark Mechanicum. I love the Adeptus Mechanicus. Yeah, I respect them all in their own unique way. The only faction I sort of don't enjoy, I would say, would be the Eldari. But I like the Drukari, so, you know. Alright, that was pretty easy. We only lost our escorts. We've got some damage to the swarm ships, but largely they will need to field something potent to stop that fighting style. And the Space Marines here, we're doubling up, but basically we're just going to repeat that process. If it works, do it. You sort of need to hit critical mass with the swarm ships. You need about 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, exactly, 100%. All the different doctrines that are utilized by every different faction and how they have to adapt to each other. I would say the Imperium by far are the most adaptable. That's their niche. Jack of all trades. They've got some. They can field something against every threat. Oh yeah, and the things that Chaos can pull. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh yes. I guess you could say that my enjoyment of diversity stems from my love of Tzeentch. Always wearing a new hat. Always wearing a new face. We might actually not engage the platforms yet. We'll just isolate the Space Marines first. in Battlefleet Gothic, Nurgle fleets are absolutely insane, like bonkers. They're just crazy good. I kind of want to play a Chaos campaign again just to show you guys how good Nurgle fleets are. And it's a shame you can't just go all Nurgle, because you're taking elements of what the Tyranids do and mixing it with what the Space Marines do, and it's a great synergy. And their chapter ship, or I guess Daemon ship, the Terminus Est, is an amazing ship. Absolutely amazing. The guy that makes the mod, Skalgrim, has done a fantastic job with that, with those Chaos ships as well. Hello Astartes, waste your lightning strikes, send your Terminators aboard. Yes, do that. Alright, we do not want to be in line astern. We want to get into a tight formation while our escorts do the dying. I believe the Terminus S is in it. It was when I played last time. You have to have a Chaos marked fleet. You can't just buy it with anyone. So you have to have one of the chapter fleets before you can buy it. Same with the Slaneshi and the Tzeentchian ships. Why, hello there. We've got Super Void Shield on our flagship, so he's at maximum strength. And you want to use your tentacle to pull ships into other ships, where possible. Yeah, boarding a high ship through one of the ear holes. What are you going to do? Go and punch the brain while the immune system tries to kill your ass? And then one good charge and the Astartes are gone. Sounds like a cleaning commercial. Yeah, he's pretty much nailed the 40k soundtrack at this point. Just fly away from those bombers and let our other ships shoot them down. We need to just get close, and that's all we need to do with the Hive ships. In the same way that you can only recruit the Dark Mechanicum ships with certain fleets, it's the same with the Space Marine chapters, the Chaos Heretics. Yeah, so when you get a Zinchian or a Khorne ship, you'll notice there are a bunch of extra options. You see how much easier those fights are than the early Imperium fights were in our other campaign? The Eldari in particular are very weak against this tactic. The Orcs not so much. But the Orcs are weak against fire, so you use Bioplasma against them. Our next upgrade. Cooldown for the Rush Maneuver. The Rush Maneuver is pivotal to basically every tactic with the Tyranids. A 20% cooldown is excellent. Alright, and also with the Tyranids you don't need to have a hero fleet go and do the special operations. You basically just can use any fleet you wish. But at this stage we won't attack the special operation until we've eaten all of Medusa. So Medusa has a nest, so we'll build that. Quite a large nest as well, so this will be a good hub for recruitment. This region here has Space Titans coming through, so it's worth a lot of resources for us. We've unlocked a new fleet, so what I'll do is I'll recruit a fishing fleet. Well, this is actually quite a good combat combination. Super Void Shield and a swarm ship. I'm going to recruit this guy. He will be a fishing fleet for a little while. Until we need more power. Can't fight fire with Daka. No, you can't. You can only create more fire. This fishing fleet was heading to Chimalomas because there is Space Titans here as well. And we need to defend this place for a few more turns so that we can continue to harvest. It's going to take quite a long time for this planet. So all of our fishing fleets will be on defensive stance, so we'll know at a glance what they are. Right, our first turn in Medusa is finished. It's now time to head to our other destination, Belial 4.
What glories Belial 4 once knew are long behind it, destroyed a millennia ago by the onset of chaos. Yet it remains almost holy ground for the alien Eldari, who once counted this now barren waste as a jewel within their star-spanning empire.
It is a jewel no longer. We have twice the amount of Tau to fight, so we will bring in assistance to help with that fight. They're not quite at full strength, but that's okay. Get in my belly, y'all. And we have our Stalker fleet as well, which is quite a powerful combination, but it costs more than the Swarm ship. Maybe not so many escorts. We want to keep some of them alive for the next fight. Fishy's got to feed. We'll keep the stalkers separate so we don't waste them. No obstructions in the way. Let's just launch some speculative torpedoes. I always turn one of these to hunting stance to get the extra range, and he's always the first one to attack. No worries. Hey guys, thanks for joining us. Hope to see you again. Two of our torpedoes got wasted, but that's okay. They will be arriving just before our escorts do, which is pretty good timing. We might stop and wait and see if we have any luck. They're trying to find us. We hit them with torpedoes. They've spotted us now. Oh, nice hit there on the flying saucer. Looks like very escort heavy army or navy. Chaos has been sown. When we're close enough, just activate the psychic scream. Don't know why they attacked each other, but they did. The last of our little krakens died, but we are on a roll now. We'll pull our flagship back and try and replace him with these two ships. Just lost our flagship, that's alright. We have another one on the field. Shields are about to come back online, activating this carapace. We lost a few of our ships, but that's okay. We've got more where they came from. Retreated this one off the field. We have a few drifting hulks here. Let's add to that. Yes, they do care about flagship losses. If you don't have a flagship on the field, your Tyranids only have 100 morale, and they can be instantly routed if their brain is damaged. So we want to keep this flagship alive. I managed to retreat 2 of our swarm ships. I think it was 5 swarm ships took out nearly a fleet and a half. So I'm really happy with that trade. It's really about economical trades with the Tyranids. If we keep this guy alive, he'll just fully regenerate. And he can join in for the final wave. And hello Suadi, welcome to the stream. We are on the hunt. This guy is regenerated. We could get some drifting hulks out of those two ships. They only have one crew each. So when I play as the Tyranids, I like to go loud at the start of the battle, and then use quiet Hive ships just to finish up the stragglers. There must be one ship left. Oh, more than one, but we found them. I always try to use spawning sacks at the end of the battle so that our ships have maximum troops at the end. That way you're not waiting around for resupply. Yeah, but we learned the hard way. Don't let them just sit there and shoot you, didn't we? Yeah, so besides the having to have a Hive ship on the board at all times, Tyranids are largely immune to morale shock otherwise, because as long as there is one on the board, their morale can't go below 100. If there's no Hive ship though, they will instantly go feral. So it can be a tactic when you're fighting the Tyranids to find their Hive ships and kill them, and then target the brains, and the rest of the fleet will just panic and run. We need another swarm ship here. It's a low biomass world. Let's put in a hatch world. That'll fully repair these fleets. And that is the end of the turn. So because we have our fishing fleets active, we are scraping by a slight income. But it won't get much better than that. 1,000 points worth of orcs. We have 2 fleets worth of swarm ships and some psionic stalkers. Let's go and do the weak orcs first. We have another fishing fleet opportunity here. And if we eat it, it will reduce orc threat by 1. And that's permanently. But this also reduces our regeneration of troops in the sector by 3, which is a lot. I think that means we don't get regeneration. Yeah, basically we don't get regeneration in this sector while that thing is natural biotoxin. So we have to use a hatch world to be able to replenish. A good habit to get into is to add a reclamation pool anywhere where there's a space titan so that you can see at a glance that it's a resource sector. And you can make sure that you've always got someone here then. I'm just trying to think. We don't have room for any more fleets and we still have this special operation, but we've got plenty of time to do this. This fleet will have to have a rest for a turn because they need to replenish their swarm ships. And I think it would be prudent to go into this fight against our first fight against the Eldari with full strength. So we'll prioritize the larger fleet first. Now, as you can see with the swarm ships, if the enemy have enough DPS to overcome all of your shields, you're effectively doing no damage until the shields come back on. So keep that in mind when you're fighting against fleets that have lots of DPS, like the Eldari. That's why I say that the Super Void Shield is the most important skill for your admirals with these types of fleets. There's a total of 6 in that one. And we're out of points. Let's go fight the orcs. Okay, for the orcs we're going to use a lot of these psionic stalkers because we can outrun the orcs. We don't have a lot of escorts though, so we'll have to make use of this stealth tactic.
Orcs are amongst the deadliest of the Xenos races. Multitudinous, belligerent, and possessed of brutal cunning, they spread across the stars like a green tide. Even in the war-riven sectors around the Eye of Terror, forever beset by chaos, they rank amongst the greatest threats. As battle raged between the Imperium and the dread forces of chaos, the Orcs gained a foothold upon ravaged worlds, using them as staging areas from which they could slingshot deeper into Imperial territory. Orc technology is ramshackle, but terrifyingly effective, combining mismatched components, scavenged gear, and intuitive leaps to forge weapon systems whose inner workings baffle the most experienced of the Imperium's adepts, but lack for nothing in sheer unbridled firepower. In much the same way, an Orc warlord can take a multitude of squabbling clans and forge them into an unstoppable army. Such a war has the sheer unbridled might necessary to conquer the stars themselves, leaving naught but rubble in its wake. As its momentum grows, so do its numbers grow, swollen by green skins drawn to the promise of bloodlust, teeth, and loot.
I'll keep showing those film clips as long as you want to keep seeing them. Alright, we're going to get to shooting the orcs. Try and use my swarm ships as sort of bait.
We got bugs everywhere! Sound the klaxons! Wall the gun towers! Turn them in Dakar!
Yeah. There's a lot of ships there. We can afford to have a wide spread of torpedoes. Right, they're starting to cross towards these bioships here, so they're after these ones. Nice widespread, about to hit a nice wide formation. Oh, we fired out of sequence. These ships must have a faster reload than the others. Our torpedoes are making contact. There are a lot of stuff stuck in the spore cloud. Let's put another one down to slow their advance. 10 seconds until we have a full volley. If this works, half of these ships will be empty. It sounds like they've got a bit wise and they're using fighters, but we should be able to see if they did. I'm not sure if we're having effect or if they're being shot down. One of the downsides to not having any scouting ability. Now they're definitely using fighters to try and stop all these torpedoes. How are we looking here? There are a few ships that are depleted. Yeah, they've changed targets now. They're not going to let us shoot them all day. We can use the asteroid fields to our advantage. Don't fight the orcs on their own terms, ever. We never agree. We'll go over here and kill all the platforms. That'll give us a bonus next turn. It reduces the cost of evolutions. We're stalking them. I'll target all of their decks, so that way they will lose their detection capability. There are quite a lot to fight here, and we don't have much of a fleet. Quite a few ships to designate. Try and snipe the flagship. They're going to catch us if we're not careful. Putting down a spore field. 15, 20 boarding actions on the Orc flagship.
Grots! The gun towers are gone!
I might retreat that one, just so we don't lose it. And we'll finish off their flagship here. We've got an opportunity here to pick off some stragglers. Because the orcs have changed targets. Another torpedo attack, see if we can take more crew down. Too many fighters. They got wise to our tactics. We don't have the torpedo density that we had with Admiral Spire. Thank you for the sub, Unstoppable Advances. Welcome to the stream. Here we go, here we go. We can stalk them down now. He outrun us. The orcs are running into each other in their desperate attempt to find the enemy they want to fight. Generators down, but that doesn't matter for our current fighting style. Why can't this one boost? Why? Something's going on with them. because they're out of bounds. Let them run into each other, causing a mutiny aboard. They're trying to disengage. And we managed to take both of them down as they warped out. Five seconds until we can get away from this one. We'll focus this one down, and I've got my others trying to chase and catch up. We don't need to worry about that. It's a drifting hulk. So the Tyranids are very good at a war of attrition. Orcs have terrible rear armor, so always try to shoot them from behind. Thank you for the follow there over on Twitch. I very much appreciate it. I think that brings us to our much needed number of 25 followers. Alright, we have mutinies aboard. We have won the day. The Orc ships, barely any crew aboard, and the ones that do have crew are running. And of course, we don't let stragglers get away. That was a fun fight. Yeah, like I said, you don't fight the Orcs on their terms. You fight on your own terms. Well, we'll have some Battlefleet Gothic Armada content coming for the foreseeable future. We've still got a few campaigns to work through. We've just wrapped up the Imperium campaign, and we are using the Skalgrim mod, the full overhaul mod. So there is a lot of diversity. And if you haven't seen the Imperium campaign, I'm sure you'll love it. We had a great time. Lots of themed naval assets. We ran all the different chapters with their proper chapter ships. It was fun. We had some hectic fights. We had some big losses. And now we're just burning it all down with the Tyranids. Renown rank 6. Now pushing the fleet capacity right up to 900. And an extra fleet is available. So we will hire ourselves another fishing fleet. The cheapest one is this one. But I might take the one with the best ability. Sporefield is a pretty good one. We sure are, Skalgrim. Welcome. We were just mentioning your beautiful mod. and the epic campaign that we had for the Imperials. What are we going to upgrade? As long as a ship has less than 50% hull points, it leaves a trail that deals 45 damage per second. We're not really using ranged weapons yet, so we will avoid them for now, the upgrades. I think we will go with the spore fields. Try and get it to work. I haven't seen it work. Alright, so Fishing Fleet, we'll put him on hold to eat all the Space Titans. I won't risk it against 2 fleets of orcs. We will wait a moment. Build up some more swarm ships. Build up some more escorts. And we have a generous income for a Tyranid campaign, so we've got some room to move fleet-wise. We do need to work on trying to capture some battle plans so we can unlock this. This is actually a very important sector for the Tyranids, the way we're going to fight. If you unlock all of the sectors, you get 10% cost reduction for Vanguard forces, which is that special ability I told you about that the Tyranids have. That is actually priceless when you want to do an entire sector. And I think it's Medusa is another high... No, it's not this one. Belial is important for us because we're going to lose a lot of bioships. This one, after a win, we get 10% of our ships lost back in resource value. So for every 10 escorts we lose, we will get 1 back. And the way we're going to fight, that will be priceless. I think largely we are done for this turn. Not much we can do at all. So I am going to move one of my fleets back here to take advantage of all these points. We have a few construction points here. Yeah, that's what we've been doing. That's been our major doctrine, is just to use heaps of escorts as our spore field generators and just cause a little bit of chaos in the enemy fleet formation by ramming escorts in there. We've just really just been using the clutch krakens just to cause chaos and drop a spore field where it's needed most. That's freed up our skills to not need the spore field. Although it did come in handy against the orcs just now. So we will wait another turn, get those guys back to full strength. This guy here is part of their armada as well. Oh, the orcs are attacking us. How lovely. This time it's just swarm ships. I might let them have it for now. We'll come back. We don't need it. That's the fishing fleet. Ah, here they are. Let's see how they like this. Just critical mass, swarm ships. Spam the swarm. They weren't possibly able to shoot through all of our shields, possibly, could they? The problem with orcs is if they believe hard enough, it'll come true. Space fishies have arrived back at Medusa. Well, you never really chase them away. They've just gone to get their friends. In the same way that ants run off to the nest to tell their friends that there's food up ahead. See how this goes. There's quite a few of them. We just need to prioritize killing the escorts with our tentacles, and then the shields should do the talking. And if it goes bad, we'll run off through these asteroid fields. Cruiser Killer Stomper. Try and activate the spore cloud around here, so they have to go through the asteroid field too. Launching the boarding pods. Then row 2 can use their tentacles. They're using torpedoes on themselves. That's what we want to see. If we have one of the spore ships have its shield drop, we cycle it to the back. Quite a few boarding actions on this ship. So we bring in a fresh batch. Brace for impact with this one. We have ourselves some information here we should try and nab. We've got them all racing off in a different direction. Right, let's set up for another run. That should kill it. That won't be an issue now. This one has not stealthed up again, so we'll get him out of the line. G'day Maxis, welcome to the stream. Where do you get this from? If you just go to Google and search Skalgrim mod, or Skalgrim, if you could put a link in the description if you're still here, in the comments. Otherwise, I will leave it a link in the description. I forgot to put it this time. But I found it on Nexus Mods. We need this information to open up that last sector. Let's do it with this one. No, we can't. We need to do it with one that's not being boarded himself. Attach the feeding tube. Alright, we got the info. It's a fantastic game once you get a hang of it. It can be a little bit difficult at first, especially if you're not totally familiar with naval style combat. But if you persist, man, it can be a lot of fun. And I only play things that I find to be fun. Otherwise, what's the point? Did they steal back the information? Where did that ship with it go? They did, you slimy orcs. I thought I got away. But no. Alright, we finally have it on a ship that's not being boarded itself. Oh, cool. So you picked up Broken Arrow too. I really enjoyed the single-player campaign for Broken Arrow, and the scenarios that I played for it. I was hoping to do like replays and casting of games, but there was no replay system, so that killed that dream for me. And it's too hard to deal with people sending you in replays that have to be an entire video file. But I'm glad I could help you find some games that you really enjoy. That's what it's all about. Alright, so the orcs got squished. Now there's a tiny fleet remaining and a starbase. We will go and eat them next turn. Meanwhile, Medusa needs more attention. Belial, rather, needs more attention. Yeah, there were some plot holes, and the voice acting wasn't the greatest, but for a strategy game, it's pretty rare to get a full package where they put that much effort into the campaign, with multiple challenges and ways you could complete the missions. I found it to be really fun. And for their first title, I mean, it's pretty solid effort. Pretty sure it was their first game. Same with Tempest Rising, which was a pretty good, a pretty faithful reproduction of how Command & Conquer used to be. Alright, we're going to send all the swarm ships to fight the Eldari next turn. Plenty of biomass coming in. Chaos are about to... Looks like they might stomp this, but I could be wrong. No inbound assaults. We're all good to end the turn. Oh, did they make Terminator Defiance, did they? Okay, well, 2 solid games then, because I really enjoyed Terminator Dark Fate Defiance. Especially the Uprising DLC. I thought that was fantastic value for $15. I got like 150 hours out of that $15 I spent. And they got the original composer for Tempest Rising. Sorry, they got the original Command & Conquer composer, Frank Kalapaki. A great little nod to the original stuff. Yeah, they built a whole 1,000-point fleet. Cheeky, cheeky. Alright, we're going to build the base. And we'll hold here now. Build up some ships. And then stomp the orcs. I think this is valuable. No, it's not even valuable to us. But as long as they're there, there's quite a lot of orc threat. This might be our first major engagement. Large scale. Oh, I might want more spore fields against Eldar.
The region of space now known as the Eye of Terror was once home to the Eldari Empire. A prideful, sensuous people, the Eldari realized too late the perils of excess. The fourth Chaos God, Slaanesh, was born from their debauchery, its coming heralded by a psychic scream that shook real space to its foundations and devastated the Eldari. The Crone Worlds are all that remain of the Eldari's fallen domain. They are blighted planets, consumed by the spreading unreality of the Eye of Terror, and twisted to new and nightmarish realities. Though the Crone Worlds are overrun by the servants of the Dark Gods, the Eldari have not entirely abandoned them. They cannot, for only here can the treasured spirit stones be harvested, and thus the souls of the dying be saved from thirsting Slaanesh. Such expeditions are fraught with peril, for there are few more dangerous places amongst the stars. Many who seek the Crone Worlds do not return. The Eldari have never recovered from the horrors of the Fall. They are a fractured, dwindling population on the brink of extinction. Most dwell aboard star-treading craft worlds, honing their peerless minds along the disciplined paths in the hope of staving off the perils of decadence and thus preventing a second, final catastrophe. But not all Eldari can bear the rigidity of craft world life. Some depart their homes, seeking adventure amongst the stars as corsairs. Such lives are fraught with danger, but are also rich with excitement. These outcasts can be found in every corner of the galaxy, blazing a brief but exhilarating trail before madness claims them. The Drukari too live outside the structures of the Eldari path. Corrupt and cruel, they keep Slaanesh at bay, not with discipline and spirit stones, but by feasting on the torment of others. Raiders and slavers all, the Drukari are a blight upon the galaxy, as selfish as they are sadistic, as untrustworthy as they are cunning. But in recent days, the barriers between the Eldari factions have begun to crumble, with ever more gathering beneath the banner of one named Ivrain. These Inari keep their beliefs hidden as their intentions. Should they be encountered on the battlefield, caution will serve you well.
The game says that the Imperial faction is the recommended one because it teaches you how to play on the strategic map, and it teaches you all the different battle types, because it's not just cruiser clash. I set the game to cruiser clash only. I don't like the domination match type, which is just capture the point quickly, and a lot of the time the AI is better at it than I am. And it kind of lets you cheese strong, like enemies, which I don't really like. I'd rather just annihilate them, 40k style. But when I first bought the game, my first campaign was as the Necrons, and I would say they were easier because combat-wise they are super powerful. But I really liked the Necrons, so I went with them first. I was most excited to play as them. I had already played the first game as the Imperials and all those other factions. And then, not long after it came out, they dropped the Chaos DLC, which was the next faction I played. I've owned the game for a while now, and the other day was the first time I've ever played Imperials. Besides the first game, of course, because that was the campaign. I think we go 3x3. And I want my flagships to be center rear. And we're going to follow the same course of action with our escorts. The Necron campaign can actually be difficult because their economy is not so great, and they do struggle to have enough ships on the board to counter all the attacks that happen. But once you start, like with any faction, once you hit the snowball part, you are unstoppable. And the Necron campaign is actually really fun from a narrative point of view. And it does a great service to the power of the Necrons and what they're capable of without any spoilers. But let's just say the Necrons are like, I had enough of this. Time to fix the galaxy. And the characters are fun. The main protagonist, Amakan, and his Cryptek pal, Zar, are quite hilarious. If you like ironic humor, sardonic humor. Amakan is a robot that literally doesn't care what you believe, what you think, who you are, or how powerful you are. He will ask you politely to stand out of the way, and if you don't, he will just annihilate you. And the amount of chances he gave the other factions. This tactic forces the AI to panic, and they just fire all their ordnance. They waste all their boarding actions on things it doesn't matter about. The Eldari do not like aggressiveness. Let's go. Stay in this formation. This is the same formation we used against the Orcs. It will work much better against the Eldari who like to run. Any flankers just get pulled in. Any stragglers get pulled in. Got a few stragglers ourselves. Oh, this one needs to go away. Fired a lot of torpedoes at us. Hopefully he hits his friend. Nope. It's going to get through. He pulled the cord off. That would be our... This is why I'm using these ships. The Tyranids have a thing where for every 100 points of shield, they do 2.5 damage every second. And these ships are 18 times 2.5 each every second. So about 40 damage each when they're at full shields. So I've just been spamming those swarm ships and taking advantage of that mechanic. The swarm ship has high shields. Perfect for that. We don't even really need to use weapons. Just tie them up, keep them busy. Try and keep them close to us with our tentacles. Look at that, 4 ships blowing up in quick succession. So keep them all together and we're basically doing 40 damage per ship per second. 7 of those times 40 a second. What's that? 280 damage a second. That's pretty crazy, and I believe it ignores armor. And it ignores hollow fields and shields. It ignores everything. It's basically just all these little flies ripping the other ships to shreds. If they were able to take our shields down permanently, then we wouldn't be able to use this tactic. And so I used the tentacle to pull them in nice and close. And there's nothing they can do. And you can see it happening. Is that all of them? There's one left. So yeah, we don't even really need to do anything, just maneuver our ships. And let the swarm do the talking. Yeah, it's very, very useful thing to know. So the bigger the shield on the ship, the more effective it is. There are even escorts that have shields as well, so you can use those to great effect. And so in the middle game, before the Titans and really large health pools show up, this is a fantastic way to farm renown, because you can go in under strength. All we did was lose all of our escorts, which is what we plan on every game, and nothing else was lost. And we didn't even need to bring on reinforcements. So we basically beat, was it nearly 3,000 points with 600 points. Pretty proud of that. Pretty good effort, I do say so myself. And we might send in the psionic stalkers to extricate Imperium from Arias Maya. Now this is a different type of fleet. This is a ranged fleet, so we play guerrilla tactics with this one. Select that last one, please. Alright. Let's move all of my beverages out of the way before I knock them over. Okay, here we go. Oh, they're right in the middle. That is painful. The starbase is quite strong, so we need to stay away from that. That does take away our flexibility. I was hoping to send a bunch of torpedoes right up the center of the map. Not to worry. Congratulations, you are the squadron leader. Okay, I think we've got enough clear space here to send our first volley of torpedoes. Try and get them as tight as possible. We're overlapped a little bit. Let's reposition for our next one. And I'll just stall with my escorts because they're the ones they're after. We want hunting stance with these ones because that gives them longer range. And I'll try and put down some spore fields right here. Looks like we're going to miss with our torpedoes. Or they're all shot down. It feels like these torpedoes are easier to shoot down than the standard ones. Good hit there with the spore cloud. This fleet looks like it's taken damage before. They must have fought Chaos last turn and won. And they are right at the edge of our range, so we're going to be able to snipe these things down. Like a living cruise missile. They are spamming their torpedoes. That's what we want to see. Waste, waste, waste. And they're going to be tied down here against this rock. Let's move forward for the sniping mission. Push them in nice and tight. They have a fighter screen up for the torpedoes, but a lot of those should make it in. And now they're in range, we just stop and let them come to us. Preferably before it gets to the cloud though. Have lost my ability to see them, which is not ideal. There's a bit of a bug here where there's too many overlapping fields, they pop in and out of existence. So these clouds are supposed to have an identification range, but it just doesn't work. Or maybe it's because they can also hide in the cloud too, I don't know. Spaceship destruction ASMR. So when you have a heap of boarding actions, you can just spawn more. And if you get it before it goes down a troop step, they've basically wasted their time. We're just going to wait for the ships to heal up. We'll grab some stealth and then we'll look about sieging these stations. Stick clear of the Imperial remnants. The problem with this station is that it will send out a beacon as soon as we enter its range, which is quite substantial. Its detection range is the same as our weapon range. So the first phase will be to try and use up all of our torpedoes, which are unlimited. Oh, you idiots. You were supposed to stop. Now we are going to be detected when that probe gets to us. And this one did stop. Because he's a fool. I messed that up. Now they're all stuck on each other. Alright, let's try that again. But the probe is there, so it's going to be a nuisance. Spore Cloud did a fair amount of damage to that station just by itself. So we have unlimited torpedoes if we switch between spawning sacks and then reclamation pools. So we may be able to defeat them with no blood loss. Switch to rapid reload to increase that process. Doing good, doing good. When this runs out of crew, they'll teleport more across, but they'll have to teleport 5 crew to get 1 back. Adjust the angle just a small amount. So the next one needs to be spawning sacks because these guys are getting low in crew. But you can just do this forever if you need to. They're all back up to 18 on the troop step. So these ones in the back line are wasting all their crew trying to keep these ones operational. Call it cheesy, but it's better than fighting this thing, which is quite strong. And eventually they won't be able to do it because they'll run out of crew. The spore cloud's not doing anything to this. I did it too many times. We've gone down a troop step. I forgot to do the spawning pool. Oh, they scuttled the main station. Let's just move in to kill them. Another 1200 renown. We're just cranking out the renown. We now have access to Grand Cruisers. Unfortunately, the Tyranids don't have anything in that ship class. So while our opponents will start to field bigger stuff, we won't yet. If we can find another planet that has this jet propulsion genome, we will have fleets that can move 3 spaces per turn. Yes, we want this so that even if the brain is destroyed, we can still use stances. This is a death world, so it's not worth anything in terms of resources. So we will make it... What will we make it? If we make it the spore mines, it will affect 3 different sectors. This is asteroid nest. Not super useful, but it has 6 points, which is okay. Are we going to do anything about the orcs this turn? I think we were going to wait for escorts. Yep. Orcs are doing nothing this turn. Let's just head back to our major hub here. The Stalker fleet did really well against the Orcs. It took a while. It was a bit of a grindy fight, but we did it. We have another 2 fleets that we can raise, so I'm going to make a... Oh, we've got an invasion coming here. Quite a large invasion. Oh, that's good timing then. So in 3 turns, the Imperials are going to get wrecked. It's a pretty big attack, but I'm not concerned. Medusa is done for the turn, and yeah, we are all done around. Belial were resting and recovering. That's our hatch world, so let's move back a step here to recover. Same with these guys. And then next turn, I think we might storm the Eldari. It keeps crashing your game. I haven't had that experience. Just make sure that you've installed it correctly. There is one final step that a lot of people miss, and that's to copy and paste one file. There is a Discord you can join for the mod that can help you out with any troubleshooting. And just make sure the game is fully up to date. It would be if you've just bought it. Is that for the prologue or just any film clip? I've heard a lot of people say they have issues with the prologue specifically. Well, there's quite a few orcs massing up here now. That's what happens when you take a turn to rest in between orc shenanigans. Yeah, try skipping the prologue. I know it's pretty cool, but just see if that still affects you. The prologue is just a series of battles that teach you how to control your ship around the map, and then the fall of Cadia, which is obviously the coolest part. If you haven't installed the mod correctly too, you'll notice a few things like there won't be as many ships as you thought, and there won't be the Tau. It will just be pirates around the map. Yeah, Medusa, we're attacking the orcs next turn. Full strength. Lots of orcs. Might take a couple of turns to crack them. back at home, we've got this attack inbound. Just keep building up the fleet. If it only affects the prologue, I'm pretty sure it has some to do with something where the game tries to use ships that are in the mod, in the film clips. So if the mod's not installed correctly, I think it has a freak out there as well. But I'm by no means an expert. I just do a lot of reading. We have enough points here to replenish some of our escorts, so we'll do that. But with a different fleet. Swarm ship fleet. Intimidating fleet power here, but we're going to try anyway. We have a cushion of biomass. Let's give it a shot. I might test how the psionic stalkers go against the Eldari, actually. For science. It is a lot of Eldari. We better get chomping. The swarm ships only have to get close though, and they'll be able to destroy their fair share of points. Swarm ship flagship can hide in a cloud until it's needed. Control groups. I love it when we fight invisible enemies. We'll need to make use of tracking sense. I guess we could just saturate the area with torpedoes and hope we hit something. And I might bring the swarm ships closer together. Come get me. Totally not a trap. We might still lose this one because of the fires. Yeah, the damage is outpacing the repair. Alright, they've found us. But it looks like our torpedoes have done a lot of boarding damage. This is only the first phase of the fight, so I can't get too carried away. Bring in some backup escorts there. These ones we'll try and keep alive. Final spread of torpedoes, I think. And here come the swarm, boys. Let's just wait. We'll let them stumble into our trap. Wait for the scan. I need the boost. Oh, he got us with a torpedo strike. Good on him. They're trying to get their information back. Not today, Woody. That's a light cruiser. I don't really need it. It was just extra. Oh, our flagship got hit by torpedoes. Not good. We didn't keep our escorts alive, that's for sure. This Eldari ship used Vol's maneuver to pull out of our tentacle grasp. This little guy needs to stay away from the fight. Let's stop committing him back in. Oh, there's a little dude down here picking me off. Collision between two. I hope this one can live. This one just got mauled. Two seconds and we can run. They might focus him down in that meantime. This one is definitely going to die. We need to get some... Nope, too late. They are perfectly shaped, yes, for the rear launch bay insertion. Oh, this one here, I teleported him in without any backup. I might extract him just to keep him safe. He can't use any skills. This one's being attacked as well. Oh, we got something a bit heavier down here. We will have to go and squish it. Oh, he's coming to us. That makes it easier. Okay, we got all the ships. We got them all. Oh, good. Unreal Engine problem. Excellent. Well, I really do hope you enjoy it now. Hopefully that was the last of the bugs and your prayers to the Omnisire were successful. Because the prologue is very fun to play. We lost 2 of our stalkers, but that was a pretty good trade. We've got 46 ships were destroyed for the loss of 11, but most of ours were escorts. And we planned for those ones to die. It's a pretty small nest here. It's not fantastic. So we got 2 small nests here. Not bad. Not bad. Now we need to go and pick on Chaos, and the entirety of Belial will be ours. G'day Atomic, welcome to the stream, my friend. I hope you're doing okay. I know you got some disheartening news, but I wouldn't put up with that. I would fight. If that's what you want to do, of course. Stay. Dig your heels in. Show me on the dotted line where I've done wrong. Well, feel free to use me as your companion guide. Remember that running away is a legitimate tactic. You don't always have to take every engagement head on. Sometimes it's prudent not to. One turn until the Imperium arrive. We have 1,000 points waiting for them. But that's it. So we have to win this battle with 1,000 points and no defense. 1,200 points. The Orcs are sending their smallest fleet to attack us. I might just counterattack them, rather than having to fight 2 battles. Yes, that's exactly what you should do. It's like, nope, I am trying the best I can. You just show them. Start keeping logs of every time. I mean, obviously they do too, but start keeping logs of every time you are legitimately doing extracurricular PT. Yeah, if you're showing a concerted effort to change, barring any other disciplinary actions, there shouldn't be any reason for you to be gonski. If you're in good conduct, yeah, there's really no reason. And just point out the fact that they're literally in a recruiting crisis at the moment. They're flat out keeping, like, there's no retention. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. We want to go and punch chaos in the mouth. We need to go back to the hatchery for a return. That's a good start. Very good start. Like I said, just keep logs of everything you're doing. It only takes a second to write on a notepad or whatever. You've no doubt been keeping track of your gains and losses. I mean, look, there's only so much a reasonable person can do in a certain amount of time without medical intervention. Let's see if we can beat the orcs. A bit worried, but we'll see. Again, we're going to have to kite them a fair bit. It might not make you popular, but surely there's some way you can go a step above someone's head to say, hey, can you reevaluate this? I want a second opinion. If you're acting in good faith, I mean, I don't see why any person should be let go. Stalkers on the left, swarm ships on the right. We will have to contend with orc stations as well. No stress, man. Like I said, no pressure to ever be here all the time. Life exists outside of this. I just want the best outcome for you. Exactly right, mate. Exactly. There's quite a few red blips over there, looking quite orky. Will they change targets? Angry Tyranid noises. I see red, I see red, I see red. Let's fire. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of room to move. I did choose the worst side to engage them. A bit of calm before the storm. Let's put up our protective spore cloud. It looks like they're coming to check this cloud. This one's a Hulk already. Oh, he got some help. Now he's a Hulk again. Now he's not a Hulk, and he is. And he isn't, and he is. He's on full rocket boost too. Let's always shoot the Ork engines to keep them slow. Yeah, as long as I don't have rocket artillery, I will be perfectly fine. You are right. I'm never to be trusted with a HIMARS system or a Katusha ever again. Look how much damage they do. Wow. Meanwhile, on this side, there's a lot of dots heading our way. Let's not hang around here. Let's just keep the spore clouds up. We haven't had to commit our escorts yet. We have successfully divided the force. If these guys get hemmed in, we can just throw our escorts in as a blocker. Oh, and yes, they are actually going to change targets now. They are going to try and block us in. Shoot it, yes. Still haven't detected us. The Stalkers are doing a fantastic job here. There's a priority target. Right, the first we sighted. Finally sighted. This is giving our Stalkers enough time to do their jobs. And we spring our ambush. Now they're all going to turn around and chase us. They did make a successful ramming attack through our formation. But we've split the orcs right up. That's what you want to do. Oh, he's going to get outside of tentacle range, is he? Yes. Unfortunate. The flies are chewing away at the orc armor. We'll take this guy and then we'll run away back into the clouds. Our stalkers need to replenish their onboard troops. We've got a long fight on our hands, that's for sure. And you're never gonna... Atomic's never going to let me live down the fact that I killed most of my elite troops in a different game with a perfectly timed strike that wasn't so perfectly timed. We want to keep gnawing at the edge of this formation as much as we can. Another one bites the dust, but just as fast as we destroy the orcs, they return to the field. So far, no major losses. Let's make sure we are prioritizing decks now, and weapons where we can. The swarm ship should be able to take down this target. All the tentacles are attached. The feeding has commenced. We stack the boarding actions on for call to arms, which reduces the ship's effectiveness by 50%. And there is a fresh swarm of orcs on their way. These rocks will be difficult because they have so much health. Yeah, the Tyranid ships are massive and they only get bigger. Though I think that some of the Titans for other factions are actually bigger than the Tyranid's largest ship. I could be wrong. But some of the Titans we were rocking in the Imperium campaign were massive. So our Stalkers are having a tough time shooting through this. It's dangerous to get close to the Orc ships, but we've had a mutiny, which is good. Spiky carapace activated. We're going to get cornered soon. I need to sneak the Stalkers out along the back line. And they are mainly large rock-like structures. Feed on the rock. Just letting our backline ships get out. And then we will escape out the left side through this charging escort. You got a Liberty Day cape. Excellent. Admittedly, I haven't played Helldivers in quite some time. So I'm behind the propaganda. Not quite sure what's going on at the moment. There's a little bit of overlap with our torpedo spread. Spiky Carapace taking 2 targets out. Super Helldive, that's scary. That's scary zone. Some of those difficulties weren't even in the game when I stopped playing it, if I remember correctly. Alright, those ships are starting to get tangled up. The Orc reinforcements are starting to run out. Get over here! We need to get to the cloud. Spore bomb. "15-minute battle so far, but it feels like an eternity." This rock is burning, burning, burning. Super Void Shield. Keep it high. They have a lot of guns. It won't last long here. So let's get the aggro off us. That's probably my best race to fight the bots. Oh, I forgot to move them. They're all sitting still. Not ideal. Come on, we need one more boost. For all 4. Who's not able to charge? This one, the flagship. Alright, we've escaped them for now. I'm slowly getting further and further away from my PC as I'm on the edge of my seat. They've got a substantial amount of health, these things. And the armor. Also quite heavy. Let's just try and focus it down and take out some of its weapons. A bunch of new enemies for the bots as well. Thanks very much for the sub, Eric. Hope I pronounced that correctly. And so the longevity of a Tyranid ship is amazing if you just cycle them in and out of the fight. They didn't like that. They're charging us. And we'll slowly pick them off from behind. Hulks can fly? Oh god. Turn the front-facing weaponry around. Ooh, we're gonna eat this one like a baby gazelle away from its mother. Time to yoink. Let's get out of here. Some of the torpedoes will make it through to the back line, but they won't do much. Let's keep going with the consumption of the rear line. Seven seconds until we can move again. Flying bile titans. If only it could get worse. Hit him with a spiky carapace. That's a lot of firepower. The next Ork rock on the menu. It's one hell of a grind, this fight. But as of yet, we haven't lost a line ship. Oh, he just got out of range. That's enough to beat this one. He didn't even know we were there. The Proboscis coming out of the void to suck all the nutrients out of that rock. Flying Bile Titans. You're giving me PTSD, man. He's got no detection radius. Is that right? Okay, I can deal with that. He doesn't. He's completely blind until point blank. Hive Lords as well. Let's try and link up with our fleet for the final push. Oh wait, this one will die if it runs into a rock at full speed. Oh no, his bomber's after this one. He might not make it out. Oh, they were boarding actions. That's kind of worse. Crazy amount of fires aboard this ship. I'm pretty sure that Orc ships, when they mutiny, get set on fire. Sounds like they've really upped the ante in Helldivers. I already found it quite challenging. But I think I only played the game for about 30 hours or so. Yes, I reinstalled the game when the Illuminate came out, and we played that for about a week. The only reason I uninstalled it was because of hard drive space. Oh, we might actually lose one ship. They managed to catch us unawares. We nearly had a flawless run there with no line ships lost. Alright. First phase of the mission is over. Let's head over to a cloud. Give our fishies some time to regenerate. What was that, like 2,500 points worth of orcs? That was pretty crazy. Oh, the game just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's massive. I've since upgraded my hard drive space so I could reinstall it with no issues. But at the time I was juggling like 3 or 4 major games. Alright, let's go and beat up this station. This is the only one we really need to worry about. The Mega Zap Cannon is pretty powerful. 1,000 damage over 4 shots. So we can get it to call to arms, that would be ideal. That is a good thing. Let's try and get another one in before we make contact with them. Also, they buffed weapons and nerfed enemies. Because I've been seeing a lot of controversy on the Reddit about it. That apparently it's in a poor state. What is that all about? Is it just people not happy with specific changes, or what's going on? The swarm ships just have too many shields and turrets to be overwhelmed with a single wing of fighters. So just over 30 minutes, but we did it. We beat the orcs. Well. That one gave me a dry mouth. It should give us heaps of renown. No, not heaps. Damn, we lost 1 cruiser. 1 cruiser. And the escorts, we never count the escorts, but we killed 66 ships. Okay, so the new content was overpowered. One more sector left here in Medusa. By capturing this, we reduced the troop number of Astartes ships by 1. That's going to be a crazy fight against the Drukari. So the fishies at Medusa will have some rest. And Belial. Again, all resting, and we still need to extricate chaos from the region. I do wish you could zoom out a little bit on the map. That's one gripe of mine. And here is this a significant attack from the Imperium. We have a swarm of swarm ships. I forgot to change the flagship. No. It's alright. My 1,000 points versus your 2,000. Yeah, I saw the Illuminates very War of the Worlds, aren't they? Tripods and all sorts of stuff. And those that don't have any freedom, the voteless. Hordes and hordes of voteless. The Corrosive Razor Fiend will be a liability. It's a shooty ship. We'll hide this one. Hide it with the Stalker. Okay, we're good. These are all swarm ships. Let's get them together. Our best bet here is just to pile on the Imperium. So we'll just do 4x4 line. That planet is like a bad dream. It keeps happening. That's all I ever hear anyone talk about. And Hellmire. Are they still going over here, you sneaky buggers? Where possible, we want them to blob up. These two ships are kind of a liability. Keep Cadia in your heart while you're defending. Alright, here we go. Quite a significant amount of escorts in here. Got to torpedo their own ship. That's what we want to see. They're going to torpedo all their own ships. Even better. Oh, there are quite a few bad boys here. Three more to go. Alright, here we go. It's time to charge. More destruction. Oh, look at this. Those escorts just getting absolutely slain by hordes and hordes of biting, scratching, ripping creatures from horrors. There are just too many. We need to focus down their flagships though, that is a concern. We'll see you soon, Atomic. Good luck. Good luck with the fight. Do your part. I'll hold up this front of the galaxy. Prepare to die, flagship. You're about to get some tentacle action. Pulled into the spores, right into the center of our biting. There is nothing they can do. But still, the Imperium advance. We're stopping for a moment in our clouds just to give us some stealth. We still have one escort left. Pretty rare thing. They are trying to flank us, so we might try and break out to the south. This guy needs to come in and take some cover. Just stopping is enough. We have some vital intelligence just here. Let's jump the flagship, just to get it out of danger. Attaching the feeding tubes, sucking out the insides of this tasty morsel. Bring this one closer for destruction. Yeah, we don't want to get surrounded. We want to defeat them in detail. Alright, we need a suicide mission here to detect them. Is that a Nova Cannon? It is. We just have too many turrets that they can't get their torpedoes through. Replenishing all of our troops. Try and escape this one. I'm aiming for a flawless victory. We won't quite make it, will we? Get across the line. going to lose these battle plans, unfortunately. Not able to get them out in time. They always steal them back from me. That's all she wrote. Just the escorts, I believe, and we got our auxiliary ship out. It's a shame you don't collect biomass from defeating the enemy. Replenish some of these losses here, and we will move on the Chaos Stronghold next turn. And then we can do both of those operations in quick succession. Scary prospect going heads up with the Drukari. 3,500 points worth of them. We currently have 41 viewers. That's amazing. Thanks very much, guys. Definitely good numbers. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, go, go. Bellus Corona. You need to build a couple of ships and then move this fleet out. Get rid of this one. Wish me luck. That was 5,000 points worth of Drukari. We have 2,000 points worth of Tyranid. the Drukari boarding actions will be a concern for us, because they are just as good as us, if not a little bit better when they get a critical hit. Three stalkers on sniper duties. We need to try and keep the flagship swarm ship intact. It's a shame their defense platforms is where I was going to head to. Don't have much in the way of torpedoes, but we'll use them anyway. Drukari going to catch us without boost. Yep, here they come. That's not ideal. It might even be worth running my escorts away until we can have the upper hand. They're going around the asteroid field because they're not silly. Let's re-stealth up here. Uh-oh, they spotted us. Oh, look at the battering ram that just happened then. That was crazy good. Take out a flagship. I'm going to run this one to the back line. It's being picked off. We'll give them some ground back because this ship here is getting picked on big time. It needs time. Let's put some obstructions between us and them. And we'll go down here to regroup. Torpedoes made good effect. And now our other forces have been discovered. This one has lost his tentacle, so he's less useful than the rest. And we still have an escort here. Let's use him. Draw some fire. Hit them with the spiky carapace. Oh, we're going to lose it though. Not enough time to recharge and get out of there. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Let's put something in the way. This one needs to try and escape. One second until he can run. Drukari taking another major blow to their morale, destroying one of their flagships. Give him a little bit of surprise over here. Uh-oh. We hit our own ship. Super Void Shield, we need it up. They still have the numbers on us. Come on, get that shield up. He's out of the fight, that one. Let's get our flagship out of the area. It's too dangerous. We've overextended. We got caught on a Drukari ship. We lost one. They have a lot of ships. This is pretty crazy. We're going to lose this bioship. Too many boarding actions on board. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Don't get stuck. Oh no, he's gonna get stuck. Now he's got too many fires. We've lost a pretty crucial flagship here. Where's the other one? Okay, we need to keep this one safe at all costs. Oh, these guys might be in a little bit of trouble trying to fight the stations. Oh, look, they're just all lined up there in a firing line. Okay, we need some time to recover. It all fell apart there in that last little skirmish. Alright, let's aim at them. They're a little bit tied down with some spores, so keep them busy. We've lost our ability to scout them as well, so we'll need them to come to us. They didn't like that. They decided to run. That's a good move. Trying to get away, too late. Already have boarding parties on. Almost ready for the next wave. Fire. Get the swarm ships in. Excellent. They're all locked down in call to arms. We've got them. Another grindy battle, but we are winning every time with a smaller fleet. Four swarm ships lost. And an admiral, a couple of signing stalkers as well. Still great win. Over 60 enemy ships destroyed. This is the second stream. We did one this morning and now one this evening. Like a split shift. So we did have quite a number of hours between the second stream and the first. Let's try and make our line ships stronger with the next upgrade. But Medusa is now completely ours. And that gives us... It limits the amount of Space Marines aboard a Space Marine ship. Good. Belial 4, we need to still fight Chaos, but we're waiting that extra 1 turn. Thanks for joining us, NameTab. Yeah, I'm not terminally online. It seems that way lately. We are missing escorts, so let's build 4. This one's got heavy artillery, but 22 points. We might experiment with those. What's this one got? Discharge artillery. Double-barreled pyro acid. We're just going to stick with the chewy ones. We're using them like they're ticks or fleas. Against Chaos, I'm just going all swarm ships. They're not going to like this. I can tell you right now. This Chaos fleet is going to get bulldozed. This interesting sector that we're fighting in here. So we have nowhere near the same ship variety that we had in the Imperium campaign. But we will. At the moment, the tactic's working, so we'll stick with it. We'll head over this side to avoid their stations. So 13 swarm ships is, like, say 40 damage a second. 13 times 40 is a lot of numbers. Like 5,200. Yeah, I'm bad at maths. It's not 5,200, but yeah, it's a lot. It's going to seem like a lot of damage pouring on. These ships are going to melt, and they're in a perfect line for us. So even better. Let's tie them up with the goo. Welcome home, Queen Bleb. The perks of cat ownership. Oh, we've got an escort heavy fleet that we're against today. The first line of swarm ships have arrived. The second line are on their way. That's an insane amount of explosions. We are doing a fantastic job here. Because the carpet is soft and cats don't like defecating on hard surfaces. Unfortunately for us. And once they've done it once, they think it's okay to do it again. Because you didn't destroy them the first time. Second line into the fray. And then the final and third line, who still need to use their tentacles. Oh, this guy is getting a lot of fires on board. They must be using something that's causing it. Touch the tentacle. Suck this Grand Cruiser dry. Pull it right into our embrace. Ooh, something hiding in the mist over here. Where'd you go? Maybe not. Oh, hello. I think we lost one ship. There is potential to lose way more here, though. These are quite competent defense stations. The dilemma has been solved. What a trippy sector to live in. Like, yeah, no thanks. I can see why Chaos set up here. They're sending out the probes. And the bombers. We are going to lose one if we're not careful. Massive amount of damage from that middle station. Oh, move it, damn it. I don't want to die. Waste of bio. We just have to eat them all, unfortunately. Unfortunately for them. Besides the cat, how was work? Obviously it was the highlight of your day. Yes, it was. Tempest of Sorrow has been captured. This is another place where we can leave a fishing fleet. But apart from that, we've basically finished the sector. We can just do the special mission and abandon it. No, this actually, we need to keep Belial. It's Medusa that we don't need so much. Someone attacking us. Chaos making their way out of the Obsidian Depths. Taking one of our sectors. But that will leave them exposed for us to take that sector. Oh, there were Space Marines. When did you move in there? I haven't got anyone that can help them. Have to raise another fleet. Not sure if I'll fight this now. Let's have a look at how badly damaged they are. 60%, 60%, and the Raven Guard are here. I might give it a shot. I think we will do okay. The Raven Guard fleet is the full strength one.
Xenos forces closing on the ship! Repel them at all costs!
Ooh, we got a salamander here. Go a 4 wide line. As soon as I activated tracking stance, they went stealth mode. Oh, I didn't get a chance to even press the scan. They hit us with massive alpha strike. They have a couple of annihilators here. Where are they? Well, maybe they don't. But they just put 19 boarding actions on that poor escort. Let's get one hit before we die. Oh, this one here needs to go away. There's too many Space Marines aboard inside its holes trying to kill it.
The Admiral is dead. His vessel lost. Emperor, save us!
How many flagships do they have? 3 on the field already. Let's kill the other one before their fleet arrives. All the Space Marine captains are dead. We've got some battle plans we can try and steal. They're really favouring the Grand Cruiser Mark II, which has heavy lance weaponry. Oh, excellent, man. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone that joined Crow here. That's a pretty big watch party. We are playing the Tyranids, as you can no doubt see. They're very, very powerful. But they have a slower play style, believe it or not. So a lot of our missions have been quite long, but very successful. We are destroying fleets that like really outgun us in every metric. Except shield power. We just need to try and keep the troop numbers up, because there are a lot of Space Marines in our bioship holes. We have a whole murder watching us play. The Raven Guard are here, are they? All sons of Corvus. We're going to lose this flagship. We need to hurry up and kill the fleet. I have no way to stop that. Too many Space Marines. And they've just successfully killed this one. Or one more life. We can't transfer troops to it. It's dead. I didn't realize our ships left behind spore clouds. I thought it was just escorts that did that. Well, we kicked those Space Marines out of our Nemesis Tessera. I don't know where they came from. I wasn't watching. Good to hear. We took a bit of a battering there. We lost 3 swarm ships. Not bad. Not bad. It's a shame to lose the admiral, though. Next turn we can take the Obsidian Depths, and then this will be all of ours. We need to get back to the Hatch world. Medusa is basically clear. Let's build some fleet. What is this mission? This mission is, after convincing the Autarch and Captain Sin Grolvok of the Iron Hands to strike a brittle truce and to focus on the rising Tyranid threat, the Iron Hands have decided to hold the Medusa system. If we're fighting the Iron Hands, we want a full squad. Alright, let's end the turn. Oh, damn it. There's a starbase here. Not the best ships to fight the starbase, as you saw at the end of the last fight. I'll wait another turn. Oh no, we lost 2 ships. Void Krakens kill 2 of our swarm ships. That was a waste of money. We've got the Orks arriving in 4 turns. Going the Super Void Shield on our swarm ship fleets. Have I got points to build here? I do. Let's go. After convincing the Autarch and Captain Sind of the Iron Hands, the Eldari are going to defend the Alord system. Let's do this one. Do we own the whole sector? If we own the whole sector, we get a bonus. Yes, we do. Good. Let's fight us some Eldari. Space elves, for those that are unaware. Their debauchery, responsible for spawning the god of debauchery.
This is what has confounded upstart humanity so? There are 2 lessons to be taught this day.
We should tread lightly. Destiny's skeins are brittle. They may not bear the weight of presumption.
Timid deeds win no victories. Let the humans relearn their place, and these Tyranids that they have no place at all.
I urge caution. The fates flow strangely in this region, and signal interference shrouds the stars.
There may be many surprises for the unwary warrior.
In the last season when we played as the Imperium, I basically was calling the Space Wolves Space Dogs. Rout every ship of the Eldari. We have a cube of swarm ships. Space fish are off. Kinda sus the front of these things, I will say. Oh, they summoned a warp storm on us. That's not very friendly. Yeah, you run away. Of course you're running away. As if you'd want to fight us.
The fates conspire. We have unblooded Tyranid vessels to contend
Oh,
with.
we've got reinforcements.
Give them the greeting they deserve. Oblivion.
They're running from us. They're not keen for a direct confrontation. But they need to get keen. We've got a hardened Clutch Devourer. This is a big chomper. This is the biggest chomper you can get. And boy, do they chomp. Oh, that's not very friendly. That is a lot of torpedoes you're sending it my way. Managed to dodge all but one. They're running out of room to run, so they are going to die very shortly. Yes, the Necrons are insane. Thanks for joining us, Thang. Thank you for the sub. Their Star Pulse generator just wipes out entire fleets of lightly armored ships. Oh, the big chomper missed. Silly, silly thing. He's coming around for another pass. Oh, they shot his face off. We didn't even get to use him. That's not fair. Right, the main forces are catching up now. I didn't actually use the Soul Eater. The only thing I used was the Cairn Annihilators and the Anubis. Didn't need anything else. The Anubis with its focus lens, holy crap, that thing is powerful. The hardest part is keeping enough money around to pay for your recruitment. Some of the early fights are pretty interesting as the Necrons because you're not totally overpowered yet. You do have to do a lot of cycling in and out. So it took us a little bit longer to lock down the Wayfarers. They're not as aggressive as the Drukari are. Oh, Crow, you're a legend, mate. Thank you very much for the super chat. I will most certainly use it for good. And thank you for bringing us a watch party of 9. Yes, it does. 10 of those Gauss particle whip cannons. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Does it work with that Admiral skill where it bounces off one target and hits another? If that's the case, then yes.
We have underestimated the Tyranids' ferocity. I can feel them crawling through the void, their claws scratching at my thoughts.
This is a setback. We have endured far worse. We will do so again.
No. We cannot walk this path alone. Pride has been a dagger in our heart too long. Extend greeting to our allies. Petition for their aid.
As you will it.
So, the Space Elves aren't so haughty that they won't ask for help. But Ivrain is probably one of the better knife ears that you'll come across in terms of her morals towards other mortals. So it doesn't bounce, but still 10 of them is insane. For 385 points. Gained ourselves an extra fleet. That was the fleet that arrived to help us, where he got his face shot off.
Has Admiral Spire responded to our overtures?
Not as yet, alas.
The sands of time flow away. Are we to be carried off alongside? We need more time. The Terek system must be held.
For how long?
For as long as we can. Go!
I also used the Scythe Ruiner, which has 4 of the particle whip cannons as my line ship. Because I focused on that skill where they could bounce the laser beams. Oh, Thomas. Coming in hot with a massive super chat. Thank you very much. We will certainly buy a beverage on your behalf. I do very much appreciate your patronage, Thomas. You've been a faithful advisor and friend this last week and a half. And I'm extremely grateful. Every super chat we receive, it benefits my kids immensely, so thank you very much for that. That's why I do it. Okay, next up on the agenda, we have to fight at Medusa, the Iron Hands. I did say I was going to wait another turn. Let's stock up the swarm ships. But of course, the pint will be for me, not for the children. I have 3 children. I have 2 daughters and a son. We're looking at 12, 9, and 4 years old. So I'm not a new dad, but I'm always learning as a dad. the maiden world, Eldari, is being consumed. A nice amount of biomass coming in next turn from that sector. But we also have chaos. A small chaos invasion, but chaos nonetheless. I want to use spore fields here. We'll try and delay that until we're ready for it. And then, of course, there is one of our most important members, Queen Blep. She was my first ever member, and she's been here for, I think, is it 4 or 5 months now? Yeah, Command Dad Tyrael, that's me. And yes, mate, we do live in a crazy world, and the line is always moving of what's appropriate, what's not, both in parenting and as a child. Mate, I'm happy for beverages to be provided, and I'm super grateful. And being an anti-Podian, I do love myself a cup of tea, so you didn't go wrong there, that's for sure. Okay, let's end the turn, and we'll fight this fight at Medusa. Well, you deserve one. It's part of what it all means to be one of my special members. For me, it's 11:30 PM on the 28th of October, 2025. But I am loaded to the gills with caffeine for today. There are many options available. You know that, Queen. If it ever becomes something you want to do, parenting, there are many, many options available. But if I were to be honest, try and be someone's auntie first. I got practice as an uncle first, and that helped me ease my way into fatherhood. Yes. We need to kick chaos out of the Obsidian Depths. We have Ork invasion on its way. We have a chaos invasion in its way. And we have an operation to complete. Oh, and then Cheese has come in with the super chat as well. Sorry, I missed that one. Thank you very much, mate. I really, really appreciate it. Happy Dad Fee. You guys are legendary. Thank you very much, guys. In your honor, I'm going to go and eat some spicy humans. There's no real point renaming Tyranid fleets, but when we start our next campaign, I will try to remember, and we will name ships and fleets after everyone that's given a super chat today. I'm sorry to hear that. If it's any consolation, my wife is in the same boat. We have finished up, unable to have any more. In fact, that's really why I started doing YouTube, because my wife got sick and I needed to be there to support her. Couldn't work my job anymore. And I found a place here doing something that's really fun, and I'm meeting great people, so thank you all for the success. Without further ado, let's go kill some spicy humans. Yes. Guns aren't scary, man. But 8.5 foot long bastard swords are. And a super chat from Queen Blep. Sharing the love Thank you very much, Queen. Like I said, I appreciate your patronage. Your support actually made me feel like streaming is something that I can achieve. I've always made videos, but you gave me a lot of confidence that can offer somewhat interesting experience. I'm a little bit behind the times, and my kids are kind of isolated from that stuff. I try to keep their minds clear and open. If they know about the trend, I haven't yet heard it in my house. But I will tell you what's going crazy in my house right now. K-pop. Demon Hunters. On non-stop. Things Are Golden. It's a Takedown. All of those songs are on constant repeat. But I will tell you, it's not a bad soundtrack. It's certainly been worse in the history of musicals. Okay, we've gone in with a lack of a battle plan here. And I've put myself right in the way of their really strong stations. So let's reevaluate that plan. Not the greatest plan. Yes, and of course Baby Shark was a theme for a long time too. And all the iterations of it. Sneak the little fishies through. Oh, they've sent a probe out on us. We might be gone before they get here. Ah, yes, I introduced my son to Diggy Diggy Hole a couple of years ago. I even made a video, a music video, just War Thunder, and I was using one of the T-72, I think it was. It's a T-72 with a scooping shovel, and I played Diggy Diggy Hole, and I carved my name in a whole map. It spent me all afternoon digging, but I wrote Ty was here, and to that soundtrack, and my son loved it. But yeah, my goal is to get my kids into D&D, Warhammer 40k, things with a little bit of rich history. Of course, you don't have to like what your dad likes. Yeah, Diggy Diggy Hole is legit, and there are a few good versions of it too, with varying levels of heaviness. Magic the Gathering? Not so much. It's a bit expensive. Just like tabletop Warhammer is a bit expensive. But my best friend and the person that was my best man at my wedding, he has quite the 3D printing machine, and he's told me that he will help me print out an army so that I can paint it. Maybe enough to set up a little home army system. Practice. I did see that the Battlefleet Gothic rule set, the official books, are actually available on the Games Workshop website for free. And that the community has actually put together a bunch of 3D model files so that you can print the ships out without risk of being sued by Games Workshop because the game they've ceased support of it. So I was thinking of trying to do that as well. Building up some ships in the 3D printer. That's a long-term project though. Well, I can tell you I understand that. I come from a military family. Both my parents were in the military. They met in the military. They made me in the military. And I've always had a passion for fiction, science fiction, and things that are not of this world. Much to the chagrin of my father, who would have preferred me to keep my head in. Not in the clouds. I very much come from a family where they said you will never make anything or get anywhere playing video games or being good at video games or talking about stories or any of those things that in their eyes weren't real. My only regret was that I listened to them for so many years. Now that I do something that I'm passionate about, I have more friends than I've ever had. I speak to so many interesting people. And we talk about things that we're genuinely passionate about, not pretending with small talk. Well, in the eyes of that, I guess you could say, boomer mentality, it was basically the same thing. If you weren't doing family-approved activities, things were suspect and needed to be reined in. Like, I speak like a robot because of that. My whole life I've been accused of being AI, before AI was even a thing. But it was all nurture. Oh, we've had a first feral Tyranid. We need to rein that one in. So how about that? We've got a little bit of inside goss into my life today. Yeah, one thing I have learned in my life, though, is that every single person on this planet has their own stories, battles, and adversities that they've had to deal with. It doesn't matter where you come from, what you look like, or who you are. That fact remains constant. So I've always tried to learn lessons from people so that I don't have to experience those adversities myself. I'm not perfect though, that's for sure. Yeah, I love it. It's great. And I really have seen how antisocial it is just to make normal long format videos where you edit and voice over and all that sort of stuff. In comparison, it's very antisocial. And I can see now why YouTube and content went the way of live stream. Because everyone's craving that human connection. If I could bring any race, faction, or from science fiction or fantasy to 40k, who would you bring? That's a good question, because there isn't much that can survive in the 40k universe, so give me a moment to think about that one. I think I've mentioned it in a previous stream that the whole reason I'm even playing this game is because someone asked me who I thought would win a fight between Star Trek ship and a Warhammer 40k Imperial ship, and it sent me down a massive wormhole. And I still don't really have a definitive answer. Why are we going feral? We've lost our brains, that's why. What we do need to do is get rid of this goddamn strong one. Yeah, we might have reached the limits of my brain power. I just threw all of them in there. Silly move. Especially when we have one of our flagship fleets running away. I might pull out from that. Yeah, the Enterprise is an absolute beast of a ship. We're losing our fleet. They've gone feral because the flagship has lost its brain. And so the synaptic link has broken. Some of our ships are holding on, but as soon as they have any kind of brain injury, they all go feral. Which is believable. But we need to bring on another flagship to rein them all in. That worked. Some of them reined in, but the rest are still fleeing. This one needs to escape. Too many lasers. I think the Klingons would fit. And to some degree, the Vulcans would too. The Vulcans sound like they would be anathema to the Imperium, though, being pro-knowledge and logic and reasoning and all that sort of stuff. They might get on well with the Adeptus Mechanicus, but I'm not sure if they would be seen as Xeno or not. They're pretty friendly bunch. But then some parts of the Imperium might not pass the Vulcans' approval in terms of enlightenment. So it's hard to say. Yeah, going feral instead of getting paralyzed is a good trade-off for brain damage. Just leave this escort here to get shot at, so they're not shooting at our main ships. The replicators, I considered the Borg. I think the Borg would be a good fit. The Borg would have a field day in an Imperial Hive world. But I don't know how they would go with Chaos, though, because they're like a hive mind as well. Well, yeah, you're right. Very much so. They're on their ascendancy rather than the fall. You know, Star Trek could very well be the Imperium 10,000 years before the Horus Heresy. Alright, Space Fishies will win the day. It's a little bit harder than expected. Yeah, they're like, that's what I mean, the heretic code inside a Borg. Oh, Jesus. I think Zinch would really enjoy that. the changer. Or even corn. Collecting skulls to assimilate into the throne. Every skull they collect creates a supercomputer. Right, Chaos have been evicted. Nemesis Tessera complete. I think he's completely ours now. We're basically just talking about all the different races that we would like to see. There are lots. So the first fleet got a bit wrecked. Second fleet also got a bit wrecked. But overall, a win. Against the Alpha Legion in the Obsidian Depths. I believe we are now immune to invasion. Okay. Well, the clock has just struck midnight. I do need to end it up for today. We've had 2 fantastic streams. We've had a bunch of fantastic people join me for those streams. And there will be plenty more to come. If you want to see the Tyranids continue to devour the galaxy, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe, and we will see you probably tomorrow night. Until then, Commander Tyrael out. Again, thank you to all of our members. Thank you to everyone that put it out a super chat today. Everything you have done is making me really, really enjoy this. So, thank you. Again, we'll see you next time.